So we would encourage each and every one, whether you're on Zoom or whether you're here, to silence your phones or any other device that you may have. Um, and if you need to speak and you're on Zoom, please use the raised hand icon. With that, we are here to kick off our closed session. And with that, I will ask our city attorney to read us into closed session.
Yes, Honorable Mayor and members of the council, closed session will be had on 5 items tonight, 4 of which involve real property negotiations that are authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The property addresses are respectively 1762 Dale Road, APNs 8655007900, 901, 902, and 8655021900, 1535 Heritage Place, and 349 East Juanita. And the 5th item will be a closed session held pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2 and E1 due to significant exposure to litigation in one case.
Thank you, sir. With that, I will open our public comment period. For those of you who want to speak, please fill out the yellow card. And if you're on Zoom and you want to speak, please use the raised hand. Madam Clerk, do you have any yellow cards?
We do not, Mayor.
And are there anybody on Zoom? Is there anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak?
No.
My tea has not kicked in yet, so little afternoon sluggishness there. Okay, with that, I will close our public comment period and adjourn us into closed session.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, yes.
Mr. Mayor, I need to recuse myself from item number 5.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So we will note that that will happen when we go into closed session. You'll be a part of items 1 through 4 and not 5. And I appreciate that. Mr. City Manager, did you want to? Oh, you were just okay. All right. So with that, we will adjourn into closed session at 5:02. Thank you. Welcome back. We have been in closed session since 5:02 PM. And I would like to call upon our city attorney to report out, please.
Yes,
Okay.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, thank you. Closed session was held on 5 items, 4 of which dealt with real property negotiations that are authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The property's addresses are 1762 Dale Road, assessor parcel number 8655007 901 and 902 and 8655021 900, 1535 Heritage Place and 349 East Juanita in Glendora. The last item, the 5th item, was a closed session was held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.92 and E1 due to significant exposure to litigation in one case. The city staff briefed the matters, all of these items, and had a privileged and confidential discussion with the council on the issues, and there was no reportable action taken.
Thank you, Danny. And that will close out our closed session. And now we're back in open session. Want to welcome each and every one of you. Just remind you that the council is all here and accounted for. And please silence your phones, devices of any kind, and we would appreciate that. With that, we always are honored to start out everything with our pledge and a prayer. Tonight, I've asked one of our former mayors, Bob Kuhn, to lead us in the pledge, and then Reverend Rio Martinez will come up and pray. So if you can, please stand.
Your right hand over your heart and repeat with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Pastor?
Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for the mercy and grace you have so richly blessed our city with. We thank you for our city leaders, first responders, and other public servants who give their best to enrich the lives of Glendorans. We thank you for the safety, security, and prosperity you have provided. We acknowledge these acts of love not just because it is good to do, but so that we can remind ourselves that we must remain vigilant to continue doing what is good and right in your sight and for the people of Glendora. While we live in plenty, let us honor you, Lord, and invite you into this chamber tonight to lead and guide this council and the discussions ahead. We seek you now. Our prayer is that we today may strive to live according to Romans 12:9-13. Love must be sincere. Hate what is evil. Cling to what is good. Be devoted to one another in love. Honor one another above yourselves. Never be lacking in zeal, but keep your spiritual fervor serving the Lord. Be joyful in hope, patient in affliction, faithful in prayer. Share with the Lord's people who are in need. Practice hospitality. We give you glory, Lord, knowing you sustain us with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, and you grant wisdom to all who ask you. Bless this evening. In the name of Jesus, we pray, amen.
Amen. Bob, thank you for the service that you have given to our city, and thank you for leading us in the pledge. And Pastor, thank you for a wonderful prayer. With that, we are happy to have our students back. They have been gone, vacationing, Christmas break, finals, the stress of that. And now they're facing the end of school. I bet they know the exact number of days left. But we're happy to have you back. And so with that, I want to start out with our representative from Charter Oak High School, Miss Riggs, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Boyer and fellow attendees. I hope you all have a happy holidays filled with blessings. My name is Caroline Riggs, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to share all of the amazing things that are happening at Charter Oak. This week, the Charter Oak Peer Tutoring Program will start, where juniors and seniors volunteer their time to help students after school with homework. On Wednesday, January 24th, COHS will hold an academic assembly to celebrate and recognize our students for their outstanding academic achievements. On Friday, January 26th, COHS will be hosting a focus group with the LA County Department of Parks and Recreation to discuss after-school programs and ways to make Charter Oak Park a safe community. And we recently started signups for the City of Hope blood drive that will happen on February 8th. This past weekend, our drama department wrapped up their winter play, The Awesome 80s Prom, a black box style play where the audience got to interact and vote for prom king and queen, as well as play short roles throughout the play. Every show sold out, and it was a great one. In December, our choir had their choir show at the beginning of December with 3 sold-out shows, and that was a super fun one as well. Tickets are on sale for our grad night, which will be at Universal Studios on May 31st. Now, for an update on the winter sports, boys soccer is 1-3, boys basketball is 0-4, girls basketball is also 0-4, girls water polo is 1-2, and girls soccer is 2-2. Thank you for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Great, thank you. We appreciate that. From GHS, Mr. Garcia, welcome, sir. Glad to have you back.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Aiden, and this is my report on the activities within Glendora High School. So with the new year, Glendora High School is excited to host the many action-packed events that lie ahead. But first, I would like to say I hope you all had an amazing break during the holidays, and would like to reflect on the events that took place before finishing the 2023 year. So starting off, ASB hosted its annual cardboard boat race in November, where students and teachers competed for prizes and bragging rights at our GHS pool. In this race, students had the opportunity to create and theme a boat that would be used to keep them afloat and race them across the pool. Students were welcome to spectate and cheer on their favorite team while enjoying hot chocolate. It was great fun. At the beginning of December, the Glendora Unified Show Choirs presented the Sounds of Noel for their annual Christmas concert at Glenkirk Church. This was an amazing event by our students who welcomed in the Christmas spirit with their beautiful singing. As finals approached, students had the opportunity to study with their friends and ask for help from teachers at our Cocoa and Graham. This year was another full event center. As students studied and enjoyed hot chocolate, and even got a surprise visit by Santa Claus himself. Over break, 6 talented students from Glendora Tartan Band and Pageantry marched in the Pasadena Tournament of Roses Parade with the PCC Honor Band. We are very proud of these amazing and hardworking students. Fast forward to the new year, and students were welcomed back to participate in Whiteout Cancer Week. This week is of great importance for GHS as students, staff, and parents help show their support for those affected by cancer. During this week, Tardans were encouraged to wear white to all home games and raised over $700, which will be donated to the Jimmy V Foundation for Cancer Research. We would like to congratulate our girls water polo and both boys and girls basketball, wrestling, and soccer teams for their hard work and dedication to their sports and for helping promote the cause of Whiteout Cancer Week. GHS is proud to announce the comeback of our Sadie's Dance. This dance will be on Saturday night, February 3rd. Students will come to Sadie's in matching outfits with a group of friends or a date. On the 9th of February is our spring assembly, which will be filled with many fun activities and performances. At this assembly, we will introduce the theme of our highly anticipated Action 2024 event. Make sure to stay tuned. Action shirt sales will start the following week. Next month, ASB is planning on its first Valentine's Day event, a skate night at Skate Express. We will be renting out the whole facility and inviting all students and staff to come roll around the rink with tunes spun by our very own DJ Pete Marquez, a beloved campus safety staff member. That week is also when GHS recognizes Kindness Week, with various activities each day to remind students of the importance of being kind to one another. Kicking off the month on February 5th, during our late start, a team of students will visit each elementary school and welcome students to start their day with kindness. Thank you, and I hope you all have an amazing rest of your night.
Thank you, sir. Great report. And St. Lucy's, Ms. Straight is not here, but I want you to know that she turned in her homework. And I think she should get an A for that. I have proof of that right here, and I will spare you the time that it would take to read this, but she wrote a page and a half. So I don't know, maybe we can post this on our website or something, but she did turn in her report. So thank you for.
We'll make it part of the agenda packet.
Okay, great. Thank you. Whitcomb High, Mr. Ho, thank you. Welcome. I saw you just last week. We all did, I think. So
You did.
welcome.
Thank you. Good evening to council members and Glendorians. I'm gonna list to you what is completely new to second semester. All right, starting off. New for second semester, Whitcomb High has opened its doors to 10th graders this semester. This is the first time 10th graders under the age of 16 years old will be allowed to take classes at Whitcomb. We recognize that students will need recovery for their grades a little bit quicker because of other students. So far, 10th grade students are transitioning well to Whitcomb as well. This semester, we have implemented a weekly minimum day to hour schedule. Previously, we had only a monthly minimum day on a Wednesday. This also allows teachers for more time for professional development and learning or lesson planning. The staff also have more time to address issues that are specific to our students. But overall, this has been a positive change to improve academic achievements. We also have a new intercom system that was added, not hooked up, but added to our school within each classroom, and I'm pretty sure outside as well. Events on campus. We just celebrated our second quarter recognition brunch. I saw all of you. How are you? To celebrate our students who are on honor roll and who have perfect attendance. Thank you to our community partners who supported our students. This week, we are celebrating the Great Kindness Challenge Week. Our leadership class has organized the week with a daily theme and a daily kindness challenge. So for Monday, it's called Kindness Ties Us Together. So you wear a tie or a bow tie, and your goal is to say thank you to 3 or more people. Tuesday, we don't hide from kindness. Wear camouflage, black, green. Yeah, I just think it's black and green. And you wear that instead of camouflage. And then your goal is to help a teacher or classmate in some way, whether it's probably like, I don't know, they drop a paper and you pick it up. Wednesday, workout problems with kindness. Wear workout clothes or hold the door open for someone today. Thursday, peace, love, and kindness. Wear tie-dye and give someone a compliment. Friday, share the spirit of kindness. Wear your favorite team gear and think of something you did well today and give yourself a pat on the back. We also have a little fundraiser going for our prom where we sell the greatest chocolate.
Oh, yeah, those are good.
You think so? Which one's your favorite?
The ones that have nuts. Yeah.
You should come buy all mine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thank you for letting me share what's happening at Whitcomb. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. And if I'm right, I think that you got 2 awards there, your GPA and perfect attendance.
Oh, yeah, I got both.
I don't know about most of you, but I never got the perfect attendance in any grade that I ever went to. So keep up the good work. Thank you. All right. And with that, thank you, students. Just keep up the good work. And, you're only just 5 months out from being out of school. So that'll be great. Okay. I know that Michael spoke in my ear that you wanted to reorder the agenda.
Item 14 after public comment.
Okay. We can do that, and that will be fine. Okay, with that, we will move into public comment period. That is a time where the public can get up and express whatever is on their mind. We would want you to fill out a card here, put your name, and if you're on Zoom, once we get done with those that are here, then I will call on you and just use the raise hand and be more than happy to have you. So with that, there's a time frame up on the screen. We would ask you to keep with it in that. First one, Mr. Bob Moore. Bob, welcome.
I have mailers in my hand that never went to 25 to 30,000 residents of Glendora that live in complex housing, condominiums, mobile home parks, and apartments. You cut the rates for the biggest users of water, single-family homes, and keep them in the lowest tiers, even though there are thousands of feet up in the hills. Why? Because you want to ingratiate yourselves to the biggest voting bloc and the most prolific voting bloc in the city. 3 members, Mayor Thompson, Member Boyer, and Member Friedendahl, are all up for re-election this year. You lowered the rates to garner votes, and that's election tampering. In addition, these mailers depict a brochure with the names of this council on the front, along with the water rate cuts to single-family homes. This was paid for by general city funds to print and mail out. This is a violation of campaign finance laws. You have 2 crimes being committed here, election tampering, campaign finance violations. I'm calling on Mayor Thompson, Member Boyer, and Member Friedendahl to immediately resign. The notification process was rigged and manipulated to get a result of little to no public participation. That's what the Water Department manager said in the November 28th meeting. If you had received a certain amount of protest, you could not have proceeded with the increases. A slush fund of $158 million over the next 4 years with increases to us, not you, every year on your way to $350 million. That is 3.5 times the operating budget for the entire city per year, on top of what you get now. While your rates and single-family home rates are lowered, you still have not explained what the money is for except a new water tower up the street. Everything else is routine maintenance, 20 years of neglect, the manager said November 28th, and that's a slush fund. Where did the money go? No audits, no transparency, no accountability. We cannot expect this city manager to tell us. He couldn't explain while CFO in Riverside how John Russo got a $675,000 golden parachute for 2 years of employment. The city attorney charged us $373,000 in 2022 alone. I have copies of the charges. How did this benefit the residents here? There's a corruption here in the city and involving different departments and personnel. This city attorney rubber stamped this activity, including election tampering, slush funds with no accountability, and campaign finance violations. He needs to be fired immediately. And how is it that the Foothill Gold Line moved its headquarters into the same bank building that then City Council member and CEO of the bank, Mendel Thompson, was a 42-year employee of? What a coincidence. With all the commercial and real estate available, especially after the 2008 housing collapse, they chose Mendel Thompson's bank building, Suite 102, and you were in 101, right next door. You could put a glass up to the wall and hear everything. Buenos noches a todos.
Thank you, Bob. Mr. Bob Kuhn, please.
Really, I'm here to speak to an item that's on the agenda. Can I
Sure.
delay that
please.
to that
Huh?
point?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please speak now. No, I thought yeah, it's on the agenda, but please speak.
I have no problem either time.
No.
I'm here this evening to support the sister city discussion that I hope you're going to have here in a little while. This is something that I think is a big benefit to our community, and I really hope that you guys will consider. It's gone into a little bit of a stalemate, and I think it's time to revive it. Mocha City has benefited, Glendora has benefited. If you look at it from the standpoint of just purely students, we've got thousands of kids that have been touched. Their lives have been changed literally by this program. So what I'm hoping is that you'll put together a delegation. They've got their 35th anniversary. I hate to think of it as 35 years ago that I was over there. It's actually 36 years ago that I was over there and did the prelim for setting up the Sister City program. Lois Shade followed me as mayor. She went over and signed the papers, and it was a good program. We've really kept this going for a long time with the help of the school districts, and it's ultimately the school districts, the kids that seem to benefit from this, but that's not totally true. You were over there in 2018. You see how a different form of government works. You see how a smaller city who is very, very modern, operates and works. They come back over here and they see how we work. It's been just a tremendous program. It's something that I'm very proud to have been involved with the beginning of this program back in the mid-'80s. And I hate to see it falter anymore. So I would really like to see you put together some kind of a delegation, maybe with the mayor and the mayor pro tem, maybe one other council member. If the city could see their way to pay for them to go over there, that would be wonderful. If they want to take their spouses, I'm not sure, but I personally believe that probably should be on them. When I went over there, that's the way we did it. After us, they paid for everybody's, and after that, everybody paid for their own. The problem is when we started paying for our own, we really had a drop off on just literally the interest of it. So I don't think it's using a gift of public funds to fund this program. It's just a matter of how much and how many. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I appreciate you guys keeping this program alive. And I think it's something you need to talk with the school district about also, and just make double sure that the kids don't lose this program. It's so important to our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bob. Next speaker, Erica Landman. Erica, welcome.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. My name is Erica Landman, and I'm resident of Glendora, but also I'm the president of the Glendora Library Board of Trustees. And I just wanted to share a cool thing that I had just heard about for the first time last night. And I already know you guys already are very familiar with this, but I learned about the Culture Fest that is going to be held. They believe that the date is May 18th. If I'm wrong, sorry.
No, that's right.
Okay. And it's going to be held right on Glendora Avenue between Foothill and Carroll, between, I believe, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. There's going to be different vendors, multicultural music, crafts. Sounds awesome. So I'm very excited about that. And I'm looking forward to May 18th. But I wanted to share that just in case people weren't aware. So that was awesome. Okay. I also have a couple of questions from neighbors and one of my friends. I wanted to request the status of the Bonnie Cove development that's just south. It's right now, it's an empty lot, and it's supposed to have like 23 to 30 homes or something, but I hadn't heard anything about it for a while. But then the other day I saw little paint marks on different curbs in my neighborhood, and a neighbor was asking, what are those paint marks referring to? They're white, possibly near water lines or something, and the survey marker, like the plot marker for the property, was circled. So I don't know what that means, but if you could clear that up, that would be great. And also there's a homeowner on Sunflower who's concerned that Athens is charging him because of a second address that's linked to the same property. And he was wondering if there's any way, and I'm curious too, any way to not have to pay twice for a service that's only needed once. Also just curious about what are the plans that are going on the on the grass field over at Sunflower School on Sunflower and Gladstone, because I know there's going to be a development. I didn't know if the community would be notified about it, or, you know, what is the development going to look like? And also, hopefully I could say this really quick, the stone house over on Dalton, would the city possibly consider making it a nature center? And there would be grant money available and volunteer ran, but I really think it would be a perfect location. Beautiful area for a nature center. So thank you.
Erica, thank you. Last card that I have is Hannah Majidi. I don't know if I said that right, but Hannah, welcome.
Hello, Mayor Thompson, council members, and city staff. My name is Hannah Majidi, and today I'd like to share an update on behalf of the Glendora Sister City Association. This past Friday, we had our first meeting of the year and discussed what goals we'd like to achieve as a group going forward. After sharing our thoughts and ideas, we collaborated together to create the following mission and vision statements. The Glendora Sister City Association strives to promote the growth of international exchange and understanding within Glendora and its surrounding community. Our mission is to foster an enduring partnership between Glendora and Mocha cultivating a vibrant exchange of ideas, cultures, perspectives that enrich and empower our communities. Through citizen diplomacy, educational initiatives, and cultural immersion programs, we strive to enhance mutual understanding and respect between the peoples of Glendora and Mocha, promote global citizenship and cultural agility within our communities, nurture a spirit of collaboration and innovation that addresses shared global challenges, celebrate the rich tapestry of cultures that define our communities, and inspire future generations to embrace global engagement and intercultural understanding. Together, we envision a world where cultural diversity thrives, global connections flourish, and the United States and Japan stand united in fostering a more peaceful and prosperous future. You can learn more about our objectives and goals for the next 5 years on the GSCA website, as well as an interest form for anyone who is interested in getting involved or staying up to date with the organization. Now I'd like to quickly share my personal remarks regarding Glendora's Sister City programming and the impact it's had on my life. In 2011, I hosted a student from Mocha Higashi Junior High School and later visited Boca in the summer of 2012. This experience was life-changing and opened up my perspective on the world. My trip to Japan showed me the importance of empathy, patience, and compassion. It was because of my experience in Glendora and Mocha Sisters School Exchange Program that I chose to pursue degrees in international relations, Japanese, and international policy and development. I've also studied abroad in Kyoto, Japan, and completed an academic internship at Mocha City Hall. The impact that the Sister City program has had on my life is immeasurable, and I believe that all community members in Glendora should have the opportunity to make meaningful cross-cultural connections. As we continue to grow and strengthen our connections with Mocha, I also strongly support the idea of reconnecting with our friends in Merida, Mexico. I feel that reestablishing this friendship could open the doors to many more meaningful, life-changing opportunities for Glendora and its residents. Thank you for your time and efforts in supporting Glendora's Sister City relationships.
Thank you. I would be, it would not be right not to say that you are not a model of what this exchange has really been like. As you expressed, you went as a student, you've gone back as an adult, and you've done just a tremendous job there. So thank you, and I appreciate that. That's all of the cards that I have. I know that there is another man that wants to speak, but he's going to speak about the Dale Road, which is a public hearing. So when we get to that, Michael, will call you. Madam Clerk, is there anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak?
No, there is not, Mayor.
Okay. With that, I will close our public hearing. And Michael, we will go to item 14, and then we'll come back for our member statements, reports, and everything to maximize the time. So let's go to item 14. It's, we're going to talk about, there was a motion made by Karen and a second by Gary to talk about sister cities, Mocha being one, and we used to have one in Mexico. And so we want to talk about that. And the protocol that we normally have is that the motion, that the people that made it get to, speak first. So I'm going to call on Karen. Yes.
I'm going to give a brief presentation.
Oh,
Mayor?
sure.
Happy to
Okay.
give a brief verbal
Good.
presentation.
Okay.
A couple of slides that the council
Okay.
members have requested. So good evening, everyone. And as a side note, happy to answer some of the questions that were asked during public comment when we do member statements and city manager updates. Happy to jump into that. But really quick, clicker. Kathleen just wants to make it difficult tonight. All right, perfect. So just really briefly at a high level, as you mentioned, Mayor, the two council members requested an update both on the Sister City program in general and about an upcoming potential trip to Mocha in October of 24 for their 70th anniversary, which would also be our 35th anniversary with the Sister City program. So at a very high level, the city's first Sister City relationship was with Merida, Mexico. That dates back to the 1960s. It's really in your attachment this evening to your staff report is a list of council related items that were mentioned in minutes. And really that program that relationship has not seen any movement since the 1990s. As it relates to and really quick, one of the gifts and part of the program is the artwork that's here. And I know Councilmember Boyer will have some questions, but this is one of the things when you go in the bidwell that you see, but you don't actually ever know what's there because it's covered so much. Thank you very much to the clerk's office for providing some perspective as to where it's at, and a close up and talks about the date there of 1976. And Councilmember, I'm happy to come back to this. Jumping forward really quickly with MoCA, it doesn't seem that long ago that the city went to MoCA, and in return, MoCA came to the city to celebrate 30 years. We call it here friendship, and really the Sister Cities program. And so, quick look at the dais. Well, many similar faces, maybe some more gray hair up there now. Just a quick representation. We've had a relationship with MoCA that dates back to 1984. And because of how MoCA and cities in Japan both include oversight with the mayor, with schools in the city, really the relationship with MoCA, as the speakers have stated this evening, is really robust, both from a school and a city perspective. As Hannah spoke about, we're looking at potential ways to send city staff back to MoCA and vice versa, with a little more ingrained relationship there. And I think the school relationship doesn't need to be rehashed by myself. I'm sure council members will have comments, but it's been deep for many years. So MoCA has requested we send a delegation for their 70th anniversary of incorporation. Their sister cities from Taiwan and Australia will also be in attendance. We've heard numbers of other delegations as high as 40. And so they are eager to accept us and people who want to go and celebrate that relationship. And so, in addition to having a conversation with this body about the Sister City program, we're also looking for some direction on what you would like to do with delegation. We're happy to share experiences. You heard some this evening of what the city's done historically. Happy to share with you what I've done in other agencies. And with that, turn it back over to you. We'll go back to the first piece of artwork here that was requested by Councilmember Boyer, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Adam, thank you. Karen, since you were the one that made that motion, I'll let you speak first. Karen?
Oh,
please.
I was gonna turn it over to Mr. Boyer, but I'm
You have
happy
it all
either way.
worked out? Okay.
Okay. No, I think has already been shared that the importance of the sister city relationship, because we are in such a global society and it benefits us as adults, but especially for our youth. We've seen the invaluable lessons that have been gained for our students. So I think that to look at how we can better structure and maintain, as Mr. Kuhn tried to so eloquently say, that he's been part of this for a long time, but we want to look to the future and also incorporate the next generation in the leadership and relationship of this. And I think, as Mr. Boyer, I think will speak to that our relationship with Meridia, that it's equally important to expand that global picture. The Glendora Unified School District is looking at next year having a dual immersion program of Spanish and English. So what a great time for us to work on our sister city relationship with Meridia, because that will give our students that opportunity as well for that cultural diversity. But I think that this is an important discussion to have and look at how we can undergird this relationship. It's been beneficial to both communities, both MoCA and the city of Glendora. And I think that we need to look at ways how we can strengthen that and expand it. So, Mr. Boyer, share it with you.
Well, as we started this conversation, it was interesting until the last number of years. I didn't know we ever had a sister city relationship with, and you're actually saying Meridia, but there is no I at the end because I was doing the same thing. You pronounced it Merida. Hannah pronounced it perfectly. So, trying to get there, but it is one of those things that the sister city relationship started back in the 1960s, and for some reason it faltered. And it makes a lot of sense for us to talk about reestablishing a relationship with a city that is just south of our border. And so I would like to begin that conversation. I love that the Sister City Committee is starting to get active and everything again. I know the relationship with MOCA has been very strong and it always has been, but our organization on our end of it has lacked some zest. Okay, we have participated, we have done what we can, but for us to take this more serious, because it's more than just a cultural exchange and a ceremonial type of event that takes place when we get together. It really is an exchanging of ideas and actually being able to share the different things that we have in common and the things that we don't have in common. It's also extremely important. I'll tell you, my grandkids, every time they have the exchange and the kids come over here, what they learn during that period is an education that you're not going to get any other way. So I strongly believe that it's time for us to start getting more involved in this and try to strengthen our program. I'm not sure exactly what direction we want to take that, but when we first discovered, I'll just share the story. When I discovered this artwork in Bidwell Forum I'd been on council for 4 or 5 years before I ever realized this artwork was there. I was in Bidwell for a meeting that we were having, and I was the first person there. And I'm starting to move some tables and chairs around. And just out of curiosity, okay, I hate to admit this, but I thought, is there a window behind the curtains? And I opened the curtains to look and I saw the artwork. And at first I thought, oh my goodness, I'm the only person in the city that doesn't know this is here. And then we discovered that very few people realize that even exists. So this treasure was right there, hidden in plain sight all of this time, and we didn't know it. And the idea of embracing some of this stuff and starting to embrace this, I think it's important for the city, it's important for the school districts, it's important for our students, and it's important for us as a society to start to expand our horizons and learn more about other cultures. And we talked a little bit about the multicultural event that is going to be coming up in May. That was an idea that came out of our strategic planning session. And when we look around the city of Glendora, we see people that come from all different types of backgrounds. And it's important to start to celebrate that, to exchange ideas, to talk about our differences, and again, talk about the things we have in common. We have more in common than we do differences. So that's why I think this is extremely important. But right now, and I'm not sure about when this might be the appropriate time, because I think it would be important to, I see Jim and is here, and you've been involved in this for quite some time. But I'd like to be able to engage with Hannah and Bob and Jim if we have more questions about what has happened in the past, and maybe get some insight as to some things that have happened. So that's sort of my thought as we continue the conversation.
Thank you, Gary. Michael?
Thank you, Mendel. This is an amazing program that we have, and so many people have benefited, particularly our students and some of the families. Now I think that we should only enhance this even further. This has been, again, such a great program, and whenever you can involve different cultures, that leads to understanding and communication, which helps all of us going forward. I think the matter at hand tonight is twofold. One is, what are we going to do for the 70th anniversary coming up, and if we're going to fund it or not. I'm in favor of funding for a mayor pro tem to go, and also for us to prepare a gift for that exchange. And if anyone else wants to go, it'll be on their own dime. As far as Merida, Mexico, I would like for staff to maybe investigate why did that die? Why didn't it go forward, and find out what's going on with that? Come back to us on a report. And if we can make that come alive again and make it work for us with the community that we have over here, the commission or the association, I think that would be wonderful if we can expand it, since we already had it before. I'm just kind of curious of why it died and why it didn't go forward, what the issues were. But I think overall, the relationship we have with MOCA is strong. It's not going to go anywhere. It's an amazing program. That's all you hear is great accolades from our students, our parents, and us as well. It's an exciting program for us to be part of. And Mendel and I went 2018. It was absolutely amazing. Those folks over there were so kind. and they just took us around. And it's an incredible experience. And as I said before, my wife and I have traveled many parts of the world, and that was the only place she said, I want to go back. And it was just because of the folks there who really made that trip so very special. And I can only imagine how it touched, like with Hannah and other students, how it lasts an indelible mark on their being, on their life, on their soul. So whatever we can do to enhance that, I'm all for it to move forward. But I think staff's going to want some direction. But as far as Merida, yeah, I'd like to know what happened in the past and how we can figure out how to go forward and not duplicate whatever the errors were to disband it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. David, comments?
Yeah, just a few. My first experience with the Sister City program was this past few months ago when Mocha City representatives came. What an amazing experience, great learn, greatly in favor of expanding that and continuing it. So my question there would be not how, but how can we and what do we need to do to make something like that continue and expand it? So absolutely. Merida, I'd love to learn. I'm going to go home. I'm a geographic guy, so I'm going to go look it up on the map. I didn't get to it yet today, but I want to see where it is in Mexico.
Next to Cancun, you can go have a party afterwards.
I drank the entire Sea of Cortez when I was in one of the Cozumel or something. So I understand that one. That was water, folks. That was water. But yeah, I think we ought to look to see, can we restore that? Are they interested? And what can the mutual values be there? I appreciate the Sister Cities Association resurrecting themselves and bringing this opportunity and doing the legwork. So thank you for that. Let's not stop. Let's keep moving and figure out how can we and what do we need to do to make it successful. Thank you.
David, thank you. And I would agree with everything that's been said. When I was the mayor last time, it just happened to be the 35th year, and we went there. And as Michael said, I was able to travel with he and his wife and students, and it was just a incredible time. And then we brought them here, and they came here and experienced our town for 4 or 5 days and LA area, and they had a wonderful time. And we learned a lot from each other, and they enriched us, and they enriched students. And I certainly would support extending our hearts, money, investment, our minds to both of these towns. As you know, Adam and I have talked, we hope that in due time that we can send a couple of staff there, and they can send a couple of staff here, and we can learn how they do things and how we can do things, and that will help us all. So I would certainly encourage that. I think staff could probably be best in terms of a budget. I agree. I think as many of us that can go and that the budget can bear would be good. It's a long trip, but it's a worthwhile trip. And Mexico, this is in the southeast part of the nation, and it is a very lovely town. I have never been there, but I've read about it, and it's super safe, and the food is good, the experiences are good. Whoever wrote their piece made it just look like a bit of heaven, and so I think it probably is. So I think that we should look into how we can resurrect that. Gary's right. This artwork is amazing. I would encourage each and every one of us to go over and see it. And so I don't know, Adam, what you're looking
Mendel,
for.
if I may,
Sure, Gary.
First off, if I could ask that we have these two conversations separately, because I think the financial conversation about
Sure.
putting a group together to go to Mocha is very important, but I think it's a different conversation than how we can help to support a sister city committee in the city of Glendora again. But I wanted to share something when I reached out when, again, we first started talking about this. Gordy Norman was, a lot of people here know who Gordy is. He was very involved in Sister City program from the very beginning. And he actually still had a contact from a relationship from Merida back from the 1980s. And so I reached out to this gentleman. His name is Alberto Baca. And I just got to share his response. I think this is Gary. It is an honor to receive your communication. The most important message I've received in the last 25 years. I am at your service. I inform you that a server speaks little English, but my heart understands all the languages of the world and more when it comes to my brothers and sister in the city of Glendora and many beautiful memories. We hope to see you soon. And he sent me pictures of a park that's actually named after the city of Glendora and the city of Merida down there. So,
Wow.
Just that response sort of, lit the fire even a little bit hotter that, okay, this gentleman was involved in it back in the 1980s and still is this passionate about trying to do something. We haven't had a whole lot more communication, but I think the big conversation is, what can we do as a city to help support a sister city committee? And I think that's the direction we need to take a look at. I think, Adam, you were going to share something?
No, I was just going to say I think the path that you're on is right, whether it's a temporary subcommittee, like non-Brown Act committee of 2 council members, meeting with the community to get something set up and presented for council for consideration, or if you would like staff to take the lead. I think reestablishing that sister city committee with passionate individuals that are part of that conversation is absolutely vital to this process.
Okay, this time, Jim, you made the trip down here. I would like to ask if Jim would step up and share a few words or thoughts. And Jim, when I say share a few words or thoughts, anybody that's ever heard Jim speak before, you might have to pull him away from the podium anytime now. So
I'll answer any questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions about how this?
I would say that one thing that when I was at Mocha, I was with the mayor and we were going through downtown, and he says, "Look, no telephone poles," because he remembered coming to Glendora, and we said we're putting things underground, and he says for view and everything. He says, I learned that when I came to Glendora. So there is exchange. I would like to see, like you said, where we had Brad Posey go over and over there, but I would like to see maybe our public works people could see how they're doing things and like that. So I really like to see the sister city go, but my point is that I'm not worried about this coming 35th, but I'm worried about the future because I'm pretty old. My wife says you're too old, but I like to see the program continue. And for a lot of this, Bob, his company, insurance company, my company, the Donut Man, we had put in money to buy the dinners for their delegation and all that, and other money like that. But when we're gone, who's going to do this? So I would like to see, hopefully the city will contribute something to take care of those things so the program goes. But our main thing so far has been the education system where we've seen so many people benefit from this. So that's my statement.
Good. Thank you, Jim. Questions? Michael, did you have one?
Yeah, Hannah, not for Jim, but for Hannah, if you can come on up. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the Association for the Sister City program, and can that be expanded, let's say from Merida or other cities or around the world if we wanted to? And where is that embedded? Is that separate that you folks are doing this, or can this be embedded in one of our other organizations such as the Chamber, or still be by itself?
Those are all great questions, I would say at this point, because some background about the Glendora Sister City Association. It had been inactive for about 10 years up until now, because originally its purpose was to help assign English teachers to the city of Mocha, that was its main focus. But then starting around 2013, it had been kind of inactive. So we're just officially restarting this year and had our meeting and had talks last year as well. So we're still kind of envisioning as a community organization what our missions and goals are, as I shared with you. But those are certainly things that as our group could discuss and see what would be open to that. For sure that we're focused on strengthening the partnership between Glendora and Mocha in any way that we can as citizens of Glendora. But I think that's a conversation that within our organization too, that we could discuss about future sister cities as well. That I don't think it's exclusively maybe Mocha and Glendora, that it could potentially discuss more.
How often do you meet and where do you meet?
We're still deciding that at the moment. I think that hopefully on our website, the Glendora Sister City Association website, that we'll be able to provide that more information soon, since we just had our first meeting Friday. I'm sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
Anything else?
Well, I guess, Adam, you're looking for some direction and some funding?
Always looking for direction.
Because I know that they're looking for hotel rooms to book. They want to know quantity and count, at least for Mocha.
So do we have direction on the first item? I know, council member, that's where you're going down. So before we talk about funding in Mocha, do we want to?
You know, I would like to start with the idea of, as we've got a skeleton of a sister city association starting to get together again and having an opportunity to meet. Everything starts with one person. And that's always the beginning, no matter how large an organization gets. So I think it would be a good idea to engage staff, and I'd like to recommend Karen and I be part of the delegation for the council, if everybody be okay with that, to start to be involved in that. I don't believe it should be an official city organization, but I think that we need to talk about what the city can do to be supportive of the organization as we move forward, and then leave it up to the organization itself as to what direction it takes, whether it talks about reestablishing something with Merida, expanding on a relationship with Mocha, or looking at other opportunities. So if anybody else has any thoughts, I'd.
No, I think that's a good idea because to see how the Sister City Association, now that they've started having meetings again and developing this vision and goals, where they want to go and how that relationship with the city can work. Because as Jim was a little bit more blunt, that he and Bob are getting old. And so trying to make sure that this relationship continues into the future and has that community structure and community involvement, I think is very important. So to begin with that and looking how we could undergird that as a city.
So I guess the question is, everyone,
Hannah, are you also engaging this representatives from the school district to incorporate into the association project?
Yes, we have been keeping school members that are involved in the Sister City programs at Goddard, as well as Sandburg, and then other school board members that have been involved with the exchange in the past. We're keeping the school district up to date with our organization.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all.
Is this something that we can engage on the third, if we have our joint meeting, is this something we can agendize since the agenda hasn't come out yet?
I'm not sure that's necessary. This is typically a conversation we have offline with them anyway. And I think each sister city is different. Not all of them will have a school connection potentially. So I think, but this isn't something that we need to agendize.
No, at least for the Mocha, not for the Merida.
No, I don't think that's anything that we need to agendize.
You're still looking for some budget because there's some
That would be city only.
for city only.
Mhm.
Well, what about if we said the mayor pro tem, because they're looking for hotel rooms right now as an urgency.
Yeah, I know, but I think the council member want to take this as two separate topics. So the first one we're on is reinvestment in the sister city program. So it sounds like there's a recommendation for the two council members who brought the item forward to be part of the
To be a
appointees for
part of
that
the
group.
association.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how I took what you said.
And you're looking for some staff, and I'm happy to find a couple staff members to help participate in that as well. And after that, we can come back to the city council in X amount of time to have an update on those conversations.
That's exactly what our thoughts were.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm hearing that Gary and Karen would be a part of the association to supplement, to grow, to build the Sister City experience.
Yeah.
And Hannah would be working with them and whoever else.
That's great.
Yeah.
Uh,
I
is
certainly
a
support
three
that.
or is a 3-month update okay? Anna, would that be okay? If the council wants to make that motion to appoint Councilmember Boyer,
I'd only want to ask if we wanted to try to engage this and get some sort of a program together for our multicultural event. I think 3 months might be a little bit long. We probably should try to get back at least, I'd say by March,
okay,
update to decide where we were going.
okay. So a motion for Councilmember Boyer, Councilmember Davis, and staff to participate at the Sister City Association and come back to the city council in March with an update.
So
Sure.
moved.
All right, so there's a motion. It doesn't name the two
No. they're already
people
there.
that have just been named, but I think we could amend that to
Yeah.
show that. So the motion was by Karen, second by, David. Do we understand kind of what the motion is? Okay, please vote. And
I will now.
To be clear, this motion also notes about the direction to staff for the 70th anniversary celebration. So those items are. gonna
Those
be
are two separate items, Roxanne.
So this would just. be
yeah,
on-
no,
Right,
yeah.
this is just on the Sister City program. And just to help with clarification that Mr. Osborne from the school district is involved in the Sister City Association.
Good.
So there is school
Great.
board involvement or school district involvement, excuse me.
Okay, so I went ahead and removed that second portion. A motion was made by Councilmember Boyer, seconded by Councilmember Davis. I'll now conduct a roll call. Councilmember Elowis,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedel,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
And then to the point of the MOCA experience, do you,
So in terms of budget direction, so this event would take place next fiscal year. So
Okay.
staff would need some direction on sort of the parameters that council wants to have for the program, and then we can come back with estimated costs and include that in the budget appropriation for the second year of our 2-year budget.
Okay.
So just by way of background, other cities we've been a part of, happy to answer any questions about participation and who and what the city pays for and how often. So I think anytime you look at a trip, you have to understand what's being asked for those representatives and where they're going and what they're going to do. But in some cases, they're expected to bring a guest, and those guests also have a robust experience that they have to participate on behalf of the organization. Under those circumstances, it's not uncommon for the city to pay for both, especially if you're being asked to keep an itinerary that's pretty significant. It's not city paying for a vacation, it's the city paying for someone to go and be a representative of that organization. So that's not uncommon. So one thing we'd like the city council to consider is that aspect. And then the second really is how many people, what sort of delegation would you like? Is this strictly a council endeavor? Is this council and board and commission? Is this council and a couple of community members, let's say from the Sister City Association? Is this council members, significant others? Is this council members and staff? So really there's a variety of options. We're just looking for what you would like the city to plan for. And we're happy to come back to you in June when we adopt the second year of our 2-year budget with the appropriate amount of money for the 70th MOCA anniversary trip.
okay? Any ideas on that, Karen?
I think, when we've seen the MOCA delegation come here is that in addition to elected officials, they usually bring staff members. And I think that cross-cultural learning is important. Whether we want Bill to go and learn how to better do utilities in MOCA, I'm not sure, but whatever we might decide, I think it's a very valuable experience. So I think definitely I would want it to go beyond the electeds to include staff members as well.
I would agree with that. I'm sorry, my screen is up, so I can't see your light. So Gary? No.
Didn't turn it off last
No, no,
time. But I agree, Karen, but I'm not sure. The question I would have is, what can we afford? I think it's an important topic to be discussing, but I look at this a little bit differently. I think that maybe we should be discussing a budget on it and then try to decide how to disperse that budget. So
Hey,
I'm
I'm not
obviously
sure
you
that's
think
the
different.
best way to go in this endeavor, only because there's so many variables between now and then. Hotel rooms and flights and travel arrangements and everything else like that. Obviously, we can do some of that stuff now.
Could you help us because of your experience that you've had in other cities or?
Cities would go through $25,000 very easily. That doesn't take much money, especially
No,
when you're taking
correct.
exchange into consideration and currency and stuff like that. It's
Right.
not uncommon that $25,000 or $50,000 goes by in a hurry.
Right.
Really based on the number of people, we can give you a pretty good estimate of what things are going to cost. But I don't think $25,000 or $50,000 is really out of the question when it comes and you know, it could be just $25,000 in travel costs, let alone meals and food and entertainment and a gift and other things that we're talking about. So really it's dependent upon a lot of variables and what the city wants to bring. I think when Mocha came here, we were overwhelmed by the things that they brought for us and the celebration that was had. So and I didn't go on the trip to Mocha, but from what I'm told, they took care of everyone.
Oh, yeah.
The hospitality was incredible. So
Yeah.
you know, there's lots of things for consideration on this front, but honestly, $25,000, $50,000 isn't out of the question that the city could spend that money very quickly.
I think for this trip, I think we got a agenda and it's really centered around a couple days. So,
Yeah, you're
it-
talking, 24, 36 hours of travel, depending on
right.
what happens
Right.
there and back. And
Right.
so, and you don't want to just fly in and I don't know, maybe council members like to fly in and not spend a day and go in. I don't know, but I mean, it's work. It's work when you're
Lot
going to
of
be
work,
there. Yeah.
Do we have any restrictions for travel for staff? How many hours?
I mean, depends if staff member is salaried or not, but I mean, those are issues that we can work out. That doesn't
Well,
stop.
some, could be a big deal because in some organizations over certain many hours, you have to fly different class of air.
We don't,
seats.
we're not the federal government, so.
Just asking, I don't know what our
No,
policy
no,
is on that.
that's a fair question. No, we don't have any provisions in any of our employment agreements for travel and travel accommodations.
So I would be in favor of supporting mayor pro tem or 2 council members and 2 staff to fund to be able to go on this junket. My concern is that this is public money and we have to be very cautious about that. And if it wasn't for Measure E, we wouldn't even be here talking about doing this. Simple as that. And I want to be very cognizant of us spending public money on these junkets.
Was that a motion or
I'll make an emotion.
or were you just expressing your thoughts?
I'll move that
Okay.
we fund mayor pro tem only. If they want to bring their spouses, that's on them, and 2 staff members themselves to go to the 70th anniversary at MOCA.
Is there a second? All right, I don't hear a second. Is there?
First off, I don't think of it as a junket. I believe it's more than that, and it's important for us to consider doing something like this. In experience in other cities and things, would the idea, and I'm going back to my idea, thinking 180 degrees opposite of what you do, if we have a budget, is the idea of, as opposed to covering total expenses, subsidizing if somebody wanted to cover part of their expenses and we could help to subsidize?
So I guess the beauty of the conversation is council create whatever policy they want on this front. For a staff member to go, my recommendation would be the city covers the entire expense. I wouldn't expect a staff member to pay out of their own pocket to go. That's just not a reasonable expectation. Regardless if it's beautiful country and you're going someplace else, if a staff member is going and it's going to be work, because there will be council members that you have to go, and make sure everything's okay. That's work. So those costs would need to be covered, and understandably it's for the employee. If the employee chooses to take someone, that's on them. So, but for other individuals, sister city participants, that's up to the council really. it is unusual for the city to subsidize costs in a certain area. When you're asking someone to go, either the city's going to pick up the tab or they're not, is generally my experience. And previously I understand different financial situations, but while it is fun per se, and it's great to travel and see different parts of the world, it is work.
Do we know if the school district pays for their representatives to go? Do we
You know,
have
I
any idea?
don't know what the school district does or does not pay for, but we're happy to find that out. Happy to report back too.
I know, I feel that one, the invitation and the respect that we have generated with Mocha City, I think we should offer our respect and kind back to them to honor their invitation and give it the due that they deserve. So a delegation, if we take a start, say 2 representatives from the dais, 2 staffers, and see what that potential cost might be, and not cap it at that, but you gotta have a starting point and a target and find out, well, what is that? We might find out we can grow that a little bit and have some flexibility to it to not have a hard cap at this point, but let's do some discovery.
Well, there's no cap on there. We're just saying 4 folks, and you're talking probably somewhere around $30,000 for just those 4 people.
Yeah, I don't think that's out of the question. Yeah.
So the motion's still on the table to send 2 members of council and 2 staff and fund it.
Is there a second? I never heard it, second, so.
Yeah, that motion died for lack of a second, so it can't come back.
So,
Okay, I would
So
like
do-
to make a motion
Okay.
that we budget $50,000 towards a delegation to make the trip to Mocha for their 70th anniversary celebration. And looking at that budget, try to figure out what we can cover with that.
okay,
I'll second that.
okay. The motion's been made by Gary, seconded by David to allocate or to instruct staff to establish a budget of 50 grand and see what we can fit in for 50,000.
Happy to come back with an update during the budget discussions too, in
Sure.
case that needs to be changed, up or down.
So is that for all accommodations? Is that for 2, 4, 6, however many people you can stuff into $50,000?
It's a budget of $50,000.
I'll now
I see
conduct,
opportunity.
we'll now conduct oral roll call.
So, are we good there?
$50,000,
Yeah.
the only direction we would need is on council members.
Well, I guess just speaking for me, I would hope that as many of us that wanted to go could go within the 50,000. I think they appreciate us. It's a statement of our support for the city, which they are in and which they've shared with us for the years, and with, as Bob said, thousands of students. And let's see how far with it we can stretch the 50 grand.
Okay.
I mean, it could be that only 2 of us can go. It could mean that 4 of us could go,
Sure.
which would include airfare. I mean, I would say airfare, room and board.
Right.
And getting to and, from the
Sure.
airport. Now, when we went, Michael and I went, they had a first class van there. They picked us up and we didn't have to pay a dime to get to where we were going. So
Yeah.
that's just the kind of people that they are. So,
So we have an email into us about potential hotels and stuff. And so I know Hannah's been in contact with staff. And so we will continue to work that out and
Okay.
see what we got. We'll be in contact with the council. And if we need additional staff direction, we'll be back here for it. So
So I have a question for legal. Is this reportable on 700 forms if we take advantage of this?
Yes, it would be reportable.
not the trip itself on behalf of the city, it would be any presents that they or gifts they receive.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. To the individual, correct. So the trip, no. Any gifts you got to the individual, yes.
yeah. Anything else? Questions before we vote? Karen, David?
Nope.
Anything? Okay. Please vote.
Thank you. And so I will now conduct a roll call. Councilmember Elowis,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedel,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Thank you. It's back on. We're going, or at least we intend to go. So thank you. Hannah, thank you for the good work, not only that you've done, but you're doing now and that you will do. So thank you. I appreciate that. All right.
Let us know when the next meeting is.
That's right.
I think you might have her contact information.
Okay, let's go back to member statements. Michael, why don't you,
Go first.
anything?
First, I'd like to thank the Chamber of Commerce. Oh, wrong, Michael.
Oh, I'm sorry. Michael, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No worries. Thank the Chamber of Commerce for their utility summit they put on last week. And I especially want to give a shout out to Glendora Water for the presentation that they made. It was really good. It was unscripted. Did an amazing job. Also, the League of California Cities at our Governance and Transparency Committee that we had, it was actually quite amazing because typically the league is more in the camp of the legislature up there and do whatever they want. But the members of this transparency committee was quite vocal in pushing back. I guess the fever pitch is getting quite high with the issues they have with Sacramento, and we were able to put a platform together for the whole general body to vote on to actually start pushing back on Sacramento, making them tone to the same rules and regulations that we have. Particularly, we discussed about the Brown Act. We're under a Brown Act, they are not, and we were able to put that on there that we're going to push for them to be under the Brown Act as well. And some other things that we'll have about 4 points. And that was quite encouraging for this vote to go through. Usually it was almost a 70% vote yes and 30% no. Usually it's the opposite when you bring things like that up. So it gives you an idea of how upset cities are with Sacramento right now, which was actually amazing. This last Friday, the Economic Partnership sponsored a trip to the city of Downey with their hydrogen home with Southern California Edison in conjunction with Foothill Transportation. They provide the transportation in their hydrogen bus. Went to go see their hydrogen house, and actually it was solar panels in the driveway or the parking lot powering some fuel cells, electrolyzers, and powered the whole entire home out of hydrogen, whether it's electricity or hydrogen in the burner. They mix 20% mixture of hydrogen with their natural gas, and they bake some cookies for us and all that wonderful stuff. It was quite interesting to see. It was a model. I think it's only one in the country that has this, and it was pretty impressive. Whether they can make this happen on a full scale is another story, but at least they're putting this out there, and I commend Edison for trying to have some longevity in their product. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Michael. Karen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, I'd like to ask that we adjourn our meeting in memory of Lillian Aguirre. Lillian died this last week and was a longtime resident of Glendora. At 97 years young, she lived in Glendora for 69 of those years. For 25 years, she gave of her time and talents to the Glendora Unified School District. She worked as a bilingual aide, beginning her career at Roosevelt School and then finishing at Williams School. She raised her 5 kids and was very involved with them. She herself was a big sports fan, and I'm sure that some of that rubbed off a bit on her son, John. She was an Angels fan, so I know that you appreciate that, Mr. Thompson.
I do.
Also a big supporter of Glendora National League and also Glendora High School. She was involved very much at St. Dorothy's Catholic Church and worked and participated with the St. Vincent de Paul Society. She truly loved the city of Glendora, loved the Tartans. You'd often see her at events supporting whatever sporting event was going on. And we are very thankful for her participation in the community, for her enthusiasm and love of the city and sports and how that influenced her family and friends. We're thankful for her commitment to the students that she served and the compassion and kindness that she showed in her service at St. Dorothy's. And we know that her legacy of kindness and compassion and service will continue to live on. So I ask tonight that we adjourn in her memory and also in gratitude for the impact that she had on Glendora these last 69 years.
We will do that. Well said. Thank you.
Mhm.
Gary.
Well, actually, I have nothing to report because between our last council meeting and this one, as some of you know, I made the very intelligent decision of my wife and I to make a trip to Nashville when the city got the historic snowfall in a city that is not prepared to deal with such snowfall and experience below zero temperatures. So I can just assure you that there's no place like home.
Well, welcome home, and we are glad that you're back safe and sound.
You clicked your heels twice? I was ready to.
David, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to share that I have great respect for the residents and the citizens that want to come and speak before this body because we have two ears and one speaking tool, and we should use our ears and listen. And that's really good. And I always welcome the message that comes. But just like the internet, just because you heard it here doesn't mean it's all right and all factual. So the people listening and watching at home, do some fact checking, do some soul searching to find out if what you heard is really the case. If you're not sure, ask. I think staff and this body will be more than happy to answer questions and welcome that. So please do so. And I always like to get the name of who I'm talking to. So that is a big count as well. A good note. Last time we were here, I reported that we had some progress with the Los Angeles County Department of Public Works regarding progress on the Arrow Highway corridor and overnight parking. I had a commitment late last week that was holding true to their commitment and signage installation for no parking from 2 to 4 a.m. every day of any vehicle along Arrow Highway. The implementation and installation of those signs are being done, started today. Their commitment is to have them done by end of month. I expect they will in fact achieve that goal. So we should see some improvement on our Arrow Highway corridor soon. So thank you, Los Angeles County Public Works and all the players that helped to initiate this new program. It's a partnership. So thank you that. And thank you again to our Public Works who are continuing to support them and will supplement some of that installation as well. So thank you. Nothing more.
David, thank you. I'd like to ask John Gary to come up. And as he comes up, I want him to talk about the opening of Pompey Park. I know he has given an enormous amount of time to this. John, could you just tell us what we've done and what citizens can expect on February 3rd, Saturday, from 10 a.m. to 12?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We are going to do a grand reopening of Pompey Park on the 3rd at 10 a.m. We can do tours of the fields. All the fields, all 5 of them have been with new athletic artificial surface, field turf. We have different configurations of soccer, softball, football, flag football, all down there, all purpose and that. So we will be, we have 90% of it done. We still have our shade structure that we're waiting for shipment, and then we will be putting that in. So we are still working on finishing that. We hope by mid-March that we are done with that. We are putting shade over all our bleacher areas. We have redone the playground area to a pour and play surfacing. So no more tire chunks everywhere. And that, so it's a complete redo of the facility. And we should be able to play on it, almost 365 days a year. No more downtime for letting and resurfacing the grass and stuff, and if it rained too much, not getting on the brick dust. So everything's moving along. But we are excited, and our youth sports leagues are excited
Yeah, they
to
are.
get down there and start using it.
Yeah, great. Thank you, John, and I appreciate all of your work. So, young and old, if you ever want to know what it feels like to play on turf that the Rams play on, this is your chance to come down and run and roll around and knock your favorite friend down and just see how it feels. So it's going to be a great, just a great day. I know that on Friday night, Karen and I had the amazing treat of enjoying the GHS band. I left there knowing that this world is in a good place, seeing those students and the work that they put in, the skill that they put in, the music that they played, the energy that they gave. It was incredible. We heard the pipers play vintage songs that if you're from here, you just know. And the band and the flags and the winds played, the orchestra played. It was an amazing treat. And I just want to give a shout out to everybody that made that night a special one. And I know the Citrus was just about full from parents and grandparents and friends and everybody that just came. And it was a wonderful night. So thank you to each one of them. With that, I will turn it over to Adam. Adam, if you could opine on whatever you want to opine on from some of
Wow.
our speakers.
Sure. Happy to give first of all, just want to start with an update on the agenda this evening, and up next will be the public hearing for Dale for parking. With that site has been several other community conversations around housing and homelessness and what's going on. And so originally the city had set forth a timeline that we would come before the council in January with an update on potential housing options and any measure of affordability across the spectrum. The city's working with our COG and a consultant that they've paid for on housing options that will be presented to the city council next month. That will be on February 27th, and on the same calendar or the same evening, we'll have contracts for consideration for to knock down the existing buildings and deal with any environmental issues that may exist. So the demolition. So subsequent to those items, including potentially some grant funding totaling about $700,000 for the various projects, we will seek council direction and then return and have community conversations with the Dale neighborhood in March.
Great.
So to the extent possible that we have that feedback from the council. So there are some other questions this evening regarding Athens. I'm just happy to report that individual, the homeowner, had already reached out to Public Works. City has a provision in its municipal code that talks about every address needing its own trash service. It does get challenging. Sometimes Athens is able to offer duplex rates. There are challenges with accessory dwelling units that have their own address. Difficult to say who is where, and the certification is issue. I know I've had this conversation with at least one council member. So each address requires its own trash service, but there are discounted rate options therein. As it relates to development opportunities at Bonnie Cove and Sunflower, I'll look at Jeff, but I believe Bonnie Cove has the development application in. Staff is reviewing and has provided comments. Jeff, do you mind talking about the development submittals on Bonnie Cove and Sunflower by chance? Everyone will be asking, so now they come up. So happy to have Jeff share a little bit about those.
Good evening, council. Regarding the development at the end of Bonnie Cove near the 210 freeway overpass. Yes, the council did approve a 21 unit subdivision of that property, and the developer is making their way through the permitting process, and probably the markings in the street are some of the early signs identifying where there will be improvements being made, as well as connections to utilities. and other things that'll start happening probably very soon. So that project is continuing to move forward. With respect to the portion of Sunflower School, the Charter Oak School District has decided to sell a northern portion of the property, which is about 5 or 6 acres. The grass field there, the school district is going to retain the actual school site where the buildings are. They've sold the property to Lewis Homes, and Lewis Homes has submitted a concept review application, which is the initial step in reviewing the development of a site that will require a general plan amendment and a zone change to accommodate the development. The application was a proposal for, I believe it's 80 or 81 homes on the site. And so we've reviewed that, and we're going to be engaging Lewis Homes to work through the entitlement process. And that'll be probably a while before it comes before the council or planning commission under a public hearing. There will be, of course, noticing of the public hearings to the surrounding neighborhood when that occurs. But we're many months off of seeing that as an application before in a public hearing or a public manner.
Thank you, Jeff.
And lastly, about the Stone House, we get questions all the time. Staff is currently in the process of trying to relocate some staff there temporarily while we do some movement of facilities and move our fleets division and move around some staff as part of our changes on where we can electrify buses and so on and so forth. So we don't have any definite long-term plans, but definitely we're open to consideration with the Stone House and look forward to having those discussions in the years to come. Thank you very much.
All right. City Attorney, anything to report?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything for the council tonight.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Okay. We're getting close. Just let me say a couple words here. So now we're going to move to item 7. It's a public hearing to establish a parking district along Dale Road and in accordance with ordinance 1776 and Municipal Code Chapter 10.14. And I will open the public hearing. And first to report is Malia Ansari. Please come up, and I believe we have your presentation ready to go. And Michael, so how this works is after she reports, then I want to call you. And you've been a patient man, but you're going to be up next. All right. Okay. Well, this is how it's done. So thank you for the patience that you've shown us. Malia, thank you for being here. We appreciate you, and give us your report. Thanks.
We can ask Craig and Greg to help out.
Oh. Okay. Sorry about it. Tonight I'm going to present for the public hearing to establish preferential parking district along Dale Road and Vicino Avenue. Here's the project vicinity map. The blue lines are representing the streets fronting the preferential parking district. The preferential parking districts are established under California Vehicle Code. To establish preferential parking district in accordance with the ordinance number 1776 and Glendora Municipal Code, Chapter 10.14. Ordinance 1776 was adopted in April 2003 to create and administer preferential parking district. Preferential parking districts are established under California Vehicle Code. The district is established to improve the parking conditions for the residents, It is established in the areas where non-resident vehicles substantially restrict the residents from public street parking. As mentioned, that it will be established in the vicinity of Dale Road and Vicino Avenue. 23 out of 29 households submitted a petition letter. Staff observed the street parking and found non-resident vehicles frequently parked on Dale Road and Vicino Avenue. Following the residents' petition letter on December 27, 2023, Public Works mailed 108 resident notices, including neighboring streets. Upon council approval tonight, the police department will issue 2 parking permits to 29 households at Dale Road and Vicino Avenue. The recommendations tonight for the council is to adopt a categorical exemption pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. Waive full reading, read by title, and adopt a city council resolution CC 2024-01 entitled A Resolution of the Glendora City Council establishing a preferential parking district on Dale Road and Vicino Avenue from Bonita Avenue and Laxford Street and a portion of Bonita Avenue. Waive fees totaling $2,500 pursuant to the establishment of a preferential parking district along Dale Road and Vicino Avenue. And this concludes my presentation.
Well, Leah, thank you. And now we'll continue with the public comment period. Michael Lancy, you are come up and speak to us. Welcome. You've heard all of the rules regarding this, so
Absolutely.
the floor is yours, sir.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Thompson, council members. Quick disclaimer, you've been working with my beautiful wife on this, and she's come down with a really bad cold. So she's been fighting that. So you get second string. So I apologize for that. So she sent me with this, what she wanted to convey to you. So I'm just going to read it verbatim.
Sure.
And I'm going to kind of put this in text for both of us. We want to thank you for your assertiveness to the parking problems that my wife has worked with you and has discussed with you back on May 23rd and August 27th of 2023. Additionally, we want to thank Mr. Raymond, who directed her to Mr. Lopez. He did a great job for a resolution. Mr. Lopez has been exceptional helping and guiding her through the process. Mr. Whitcop and his staff in the Public Works Department have worked diligently processing the PPZ petition and getting us to here tonight. Mayor Thompson and council members, we are asking you to approve this PPZ petition and waive all fees associated with creating this district. We resolve to the daily parking problems that my neighbors and I have experienced is necessary and is what we are asking for. Once again, thank you to all of you who have been involved with this process, and thank you for your consideration.
Michael, thank you.
All right.
Man, you did a great job. And we wish her well and hope she's
Yeah.
she's back soon.
Yeah, she'll be.
I know it's been a time where a lot of people have gotten bugs. Okay, is there anybody else out there that would like to talk? If there is, please, sir, please come up and state your name and then just fill out a yellow card when you're done. And more than happy to give you a chance to express your views here. And thank you for the service that you've given.
Believe it or not,
Appreciate it.
Saturday will be my 58th anniversary of getting off the plane in Chicago from coming back from Vietnam.
There you go.
And it took 20 years after I was home before somebody said, thank you for your service.
Well, thank you. We appreciate
But
it.
what I'm going to talk about is not the parking. Halloween, with all the kids running around downtown getting their candy and goodies and stuff like that. The police department had a, group out there, and they were sworn officers. They weren't police cadets. These are sworn officers. So I asked them, I said, how come you're not fingerprinting the kids? If a kid goes missing, a set of fingerprints is important to identify that kid, living or dead. And the parents would give their eye teeth for a set of fingerprints on file if their child goes missing. And the officer responded very lamely, well, it's too messy. Well, they do the booking digitally. There's no mess involved. I would love to see the city council talk to the police department at community events like that, have a group out there with a iPad, taking fingerprints. If the parents agree to it, you don't have to force the parents to agree to anything. It's not a communist-run country yet. But a set of fingerprints and identifying a missing child would be a godsend to a family that's missing a child.
All right. Well, thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank you. I appreciate that. Madam Clerk, is there anybody on Zoom that has a raised hand that wants to speak on Dale?
We do have one.
We do have one. Okay.
Erica?
If you could identify yourself, please, and adhere to the time frame that's on the screen.
Hi, my name is Erica Landman. Sorry, I guess my video won't work, but I just have a question about the parking. In the event a household has 3 drivers or 4 drivers, would they be able to get extra parking permits, or is it maximum only 2 per household?
Okay, we heard you, and we'll answer that when our public hearing is over.
Okay, and then also I just wanted to let you guys know I was trying to view this on Spectrum, and the cable is unable to share the meeting. So it's available online though.
Okay, thank you, Erica. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, are there any other Zoom raised hands? Okay, then I will bring the public comment back here to the dais. And Karen, any
I was just
questions?
gonna say to Mr. Lancy for a minute, I wasn't sure if it was your wife that wrote that script or Mr. Lopez that wrote the script. But either way, yes, but thank you very much for sharing that. And I know that we have heard from your neighborhood previously that that has been quite a problem. And I've seen it myself when I've gone to visit people at the care facility over there. So I'm glad that we can assist you with trying to alleviate some of that stress. So thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Michael, anything?
I'm in favor of this. Just one question is, the permits, do they work for overnight parking?
So one of the clarifications I think we have to make is the hours of operation from 5 to 4 a.m., which I think we've had that consideration. So one of the recommendations we'll make is to have that. So yes, it doesn't include the 2 to 4 a.m., which is consistent, but just for clarity, it's 2 parking passes if you park on the street, correct? But a homeowner, if they can park in their garage or in their driveway, those 2 parking passes are for street parking.
Okay.
So you're going to make the clarification that is for overnight or not overnight?
It's not for overnight. It's still 2 to 4 is not. So you can park on the street with the exception 2 to 4 in the packet this evening. And thank you very much to the Mayor Pro Tem for pointing it out to staff. It said 5 a.m. So one of you did your homework. So that will be a recommendation that we make if we can make that change as well.
Thank you.
Gary, questions?
Yeah, well, as I look at this and I'm familiar with the neighborhood, I've been down there and I've seen the parking issues. First question is, have we engaged with the businesses along the corridor there to make sure that they understand that this is unacceptable to have them parking in the residential neighborhood?
Yes, I see the police department back there in case they have any firsthand experience, but yes, we have engaged all of those businesses, and they've reminded their employees, and it gets better, and then it doesn't.
Okay, and then the next question, because this district is only going to encompass a portion of the neighborhood, I can foresee that this may just push the issue a block or so away. How difficult is it to expand the district once it's been approved, or does an entirely new district need to be approved?
I believe we can amend the district to expand it, but it'd still be the same process. Is that correct, Malia?
Okay, so if there was an area that wanted to expand, they would need a majority of the homeowners to agree to it?
Mhm.
Okay, so would that expansion, is there a limit to that expansion? Can 2 additional homeowners agree and decide we're going to expand it by 2 houses, or how?
So
how does that
typically
work?
it's neighborhood based for a large enough geographic area. I know Malia, if you wouldn't mind coming up to answer any questions specifically, but staff would review any requests for reasonableness in this case. But let's just say that we, with the best of intentions, working with the community to do this, and it creates another set of challenges that we haven't said. We would be back before the council once again recommending a fee waiver to expand the area. I think even before the city purchased property in the area, a number of you have raised concerns from the community about parking in this location, which we'll find out how far people are willing to park and walk instead of just parking in the parking lot and walking. So hopefully this is long enough where people will just walk through the parking lot and not have to walk farther away. So there's a bit of that here. But the city's been in conversation with those, and the city's always willing to look at a parking easement and take over some of the responsibilities for making that parking lot better, especially because we are a neighbor. So all those options would be on the table.
Okay, I appreciate it. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gary. David?
Thank you, Mayor. I also thank the neighborhood. I don't like this idea only because it's sad that you have to go through all this to get to have your own home back. All right. So I empathize with that, and it's a sad consolation to have to go to, but the fact that you all collaborated and came together collectively, most all, and it looks like a great majority, so clearly a support. I'm the one, I did find that, and I would ask, and Mr. Raymond alluded to it, that we adjust the time in our ordinance to 4 a.m. to match the 2 to 4 no parking overnight, and not leave a window of an hour gap. If we started at the preferential time at 5 a.m., there'd be an hour free zone in there. So let's just eliminate that pushy issue. To answer the question about extra passes in the ordinance for preferred parking districts, 2 are being offered as a consideration to the resident, but additional passes may be purchased according to the ordinance for a very nominal fee. So you can fatten that up. Just now you got to figure out where's the pass and what car is it in and who's got it, and did Uncle Joe drive off with it? And I'm sorry for that. But I do support this and would move to pass it.
All right, I support this as well, and the city clerk can make that hourly change before we sign the official
Yes.
document. And, Adam, one more thing.
No, I was just gonna say, staff's super appreciative. Apologies, your wife can't be here this evening. She came up to our offices a lot. I know she found Moises. Even if he was in a meeting, she went and found him through City Hall. So she was, and just, I think one of the things for the public, I think it's really helpful to understand, is she was incredibly kind during the entire process, but no less determined to see this process through than anyone else. And staff was really appreciative of the way that she spoke for the neighborhood. And when she spoke for the neighborhood, when we went out and validated various things, it was true. So this is a perfect example of it's really helpful to have someone works with staff in this manner. It wasn't that the city was doing something wrong, but rather how can we work together? So we're hopeful that this sets the stage for larger projects that we obviously have in this area. So we are incredibly thankful for everything your wife did for your neighborhood. So we hope she gets better soon.
Adam, thank you. And with that, I will close the public comment period and ask for a vote then.
I'm sorry, Mayor. We do have one resident that is on Zoom that would
Oh,
like
I'm sorry.
to
Okay.
do a public comment. So would you like to reopen the?
Sure,
public
I will
comment period?
reopen the public comment period and allow this person to identify themselves and please speak.
Hi, I'm actually a Dale Road resident, and our question is if we were to have visitors or a party within our residence, how are we able to have them park on the street? We would no longer be able to use our home the way that we wish.
Okay, thank you for that question. And Adam, do you want to opine on responding to her? Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Emily, do you mind coming up? But essentially, you're buying parking passes for the number of guests. Is that correct? Yes. You're buying parking passes for all those guests
Okay.
that exceed 2.
Okay. All right. All right. I will now close the public comment period and request a motion from council, please. Okay, I heard a motion from David. Is there a second?
I seconded it on the screen.
Karen? And we're waiting for the technology to.
Okay, so I have a motion made by
Okay.
Councilmember, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Friedenau and Councilmember Davis. I'll now conduct a roll call. Councilmember Alois,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedenau,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
What happened? I don't know.
The other button.
On base. All right. Okay. Okay. I'm back where I should be. Okay. So I did not abstain. I voted yes. So
We'll make the noted
my
change.
voting,
We'll change it.
you will change that. Okay. Thank you. I want to support, Michael and his wife because I don't want his wife to come looking for me because I understand that she's got some passion. So I want that. Okay.
It's been changed.
So I'm in your court. Okay, we're gonna move to the consent calendar. Items 8 through 13 can be enacted by one motion. Is there such a motion? There is by Karen Davis and seconded by Gary Boyer.
I will now conduct a roll call. Councilmember Alois,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedenau,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion.
Councilmember Davis, yes.
Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Okay, thank you. We've already resolved number 14. So now we're down to item 15, the last one for the night. And Mr. Michael Sled will be reporting out on the amendment to approve contract with Gregola. I hope I said that right, and Sons for concrete repair services in an amount not to exceed $250,000 for an annual three-year contract amount not to exceed $604,000. Michael, welcome.
Thank you all. Thank you for having me. So as you mentioned, I'm here to present on amending the contract with Gregola for on-call concrete services. Gregola was awarded their original agreement for on-call concrete repairs in the amount of $104,000 just over a year ago. This represented a new contract service for the city, and quantities of repairs performed have exceeded expectations with this amount expended by the end of summer. In order to continue proactively mitigating hazards, staff recommends amending the agreement amount to $250,000 per year. Costs per unit will remain the same, simply the quantity of work performed per year will increase. Over the past year alone, the city has paid out nearly $600,000 in trip and fall claims. And having an active preventative maintenance program is vital to not only protecting the city financially, but the health and safety of the residents and other pedestrians. So I included some pictures here, and as I go through them, you'll probably look at them and not think that they look that exciting. Like these sidewalks don't look super bad. But that was intentional, actually. And I also included the pictures are all from just around here. And really the kind of the message that conveys is, when people think of damaged sidewalks and people tripping and falling, it would be easy to come up here and show pictures of really bad sidewalks. But a sidewalk doesn't have to be that extreme to be a hazard and also to be a liability. It only has to be, about a 1 inch of lift, which is basically what you see there on that right by that tree. So you have the before on the left, after on the right. This is this area right out here. You can see just all cracked and radiated out. Replace that. Here's another one. This is over by the library. Again, you can barely see that lift right there in the middle of the center of the panel, centered on the tree. And then this is over around the corner at the library or the post office, where you can see the sidewalk it's hard to see there, but it's been ground previously. It's starting to lift again. And we also have that curb lifted. So again, it's good to know, how much stuff you see this just in this immediate area, and you think of how much stuff probably around the city there is that needs to be fixed. It's not always going to be the things that you drive by and you're like, oh, that's terrible. So we kind of anticipated 104,000 was a guess, and went through it pretty quick once we started going out and really looking for issues. And that's the reason for the increase. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, Michael, thank you. Questions for Michael? Michael?
Michael, thank you for your presentation. Roughly how many sidewalks have been fixed so far?
About 104,000. It varies. It's because some of it depends.
Sections.
It depends on what it's paying for. The sections, if it's curb ramps, are more expensive. If it's just segments, it's more expensive. So I don't have a estimated number total.
Not necessarily a number, but as far as the sections of sidewalks. No,
I'd have to pull it. So
thank you.
Yeah. Gary?
We underwent an inspection of the sidewalks a couple of years ago. I remember walking around town and sidewalks were marked up all over the place. If we identified a major scope, or was that done in just particular areas? How extensive was that when we went through that?
it predates me. If it was extensive, it wasn't super. Actually, one of the things we're planning on right now is we have to go back out and do another assessment of all our streets and get the PCI update for a pavement management plan. And part of what we're going to incorporate into that is a citywide sidewalk survey and evaluation as well, since they're already going to be out there looking at the streets. And then we'll have a third-eye view from experts really identifying all the different areas that need to be repaired, and we could come up with a plan on how to replace those.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember as we were walking around, we saw some sidewalks marked, but I'm guessing that was probably just examples to show us that we needed to address this.
Yeah, and I would just add to this, not including this contract, but the city's also, if we use Colon as example, and more recently Bennett, St. Vladimir, where we've actually added sidewalks where there were none, to increase safety for pedestrians in the area. So safety chief of mind along some of the other fixes we've done with all the intersections, and all these sort of go hand in hand on that front. I see Marie stepped into the back in case any of you have any questions on risk management or helping pay for the sidewalks inventory. But essentially they're scanned and all the determinations made, left, sides, but fair to say, Michael, that the concrete's gotten far more expensive in the recent past here as we're kind of dealing too.
Yes. I mean, it's increased just like everything else. You can look at the Caltrans estimates on what they're paying. I was actually surprised, I think we're fortunate that they're not requesting an increase when we're amending the amount as well. Because within the last year, but yes.
And can I also ask, and I'm doubt if this is a Michael question, the $600,000 in trip and fall claims? Can we get a breakdown of that? Was that how many claims there was?
He's happy to answer that question for you.
Mayor, city council members, that was a total of 3 claims last year, and one of them was $300,000 for just one person.
Okay, so it wasn't a large number of claims. It was just
Correct.
people fortunately injured.
Correct. And it depends on the type of injury for that particular one. There was a traumatic brain injury for that, and the lift of the sidewalk was about 1.5 inches. That could be found on Google Maps from over 10 years ago. So the circumstances of each claim really play into the amount of money that we pay out as well.
I think it also speaks to the importance of making sure that our sidewalks are in great condition no matter what.
And we will see on a regular basis, and we don't see it a lot here in the city of Glendora, because I think we do a pretty good job, but where we will see sidewalks that are repaired with asphalt patches. They put little ramp patches in to do that. Are we doing any of that at this point?
Yes, we do. When a claim comes in, or if there is someone files a complaint or reports it to the city, we're obligated to do something to try to fix it. And so we do send that to Public Works, and they do go and ramp it when possible when they're doing other asphalt work throughout the city.
So that's a temporary fix until we can address it. Okay, that was it. Thank you.
And I was going to say, similar to your Nashville experience of there's no place like home, I was in Eagle Rock last month, and walking on the sidewalks, I was in heels and the concrete was like this, and it was very hazardous to go up and over those cracks. And so I thought, wow, I wish I was in Glendora right now because it's not as hazardous. So kudos to our staff for keeping our sidewalks from not looking like Eagle Rock.
That's great. That's great. David, anything?
Nope, rather spend it on us than on claims. So yay team.
That's right. Okay, a motion has been made by Karen, seconded by David. Please vote. And City Clerk, please take the roll call.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freenall,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, that takes us through the end of the agenda. I want to open up the dais for any closing remarks by council people. Michael, David, Adam.
Special city council meeting coming up next week. City and school district joint use agreement. The city's got a long history with Glendora Unified School District as it relates to shared facilities and how we do that. So we'll be having that joint meeting with the city council a week from tonight.
Okay.
And just a quick reminder for the public, Ms. Landman commented on cable. So the city's transition to HD cable broadcast. It's taken a long time to get there. As we're broadcasting from YouTube and Zoom and the city's website, we're having some technology challenges. We get one feed to work and one goes down. So we're aware of those. We're working through those challenges, but appreciative that we're headed in the right direction. For all of you, will look better on HD.
Well, that's good. Danny, anything to report out?
Nothing, just I'm glad interrupted tonight by a fire alarm.
Yes, that is true. Well, and as Karen shared in her opening remarks, we do want to close tonight in honor of John's mom of 97 years, Lillian. What a wonderful mom she was, and a grandma and a teacher and a mentor to a lot of folks. So we pray that she will rest in peace and her legacy will continue to live on. And with that, we are adjourned at 9:01. Thank you.